Hey, what's up guys? Malt here, and we're back with some more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Oh yeah, I forgot something really big, Bugsy. We met Herlock Sholmes. That's right. We are actually in the middle of working together with Herlock Sholmes to do the Great Deduction. And you're about to see the second half of it. So you're about to see how cool it is. It's super stylized. It's not that stylized, but it's pretty cool. Alright. So, let me load the game.
Yes!
There it is. These chapters are hella long? Yeah, I would assume so. I saw the entirety of this series. Like, both games is going to take me like 80 hours, so... As reference, Trails was 60 hours. The Danganronpa 1 and 2 together are 80 hours. That's why I made a new countdown. Anyways, yeah, there's the dead guy. How did this young man lose his life and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there was no visible signs of injury. Ah. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. No, that's wrong! What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. It's this thing, right? The post-mortem report? Take that!
Yes! Yes!
In fact, the circumstance of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganov isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. You haven't seen this Ace Attorney game yet, so you'll try to be here each stream?
Yes!
Oh, okay, that's awesome. So this is a whole brand new experience too? Yeah, I'm having a good time. It's pretty early on in the game, so... And if you actually want to catch up, like, super perfectly, I do have VODs on YouTube, as you already know, because I introduced myself. Now, if we take that as fact... we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something, or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has ever been found, though. Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Actually, that's true, right? Wait, is that actually gonna be the... Bro, is that really gonna be the cause of death? That's gonna be so fucking tragic, man. Because there was like... They kind of hinted at that. A bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Yeah, but the ship, like, shook up. Well, we need to fix the seduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? This? Oh yeah, the skid! Oh my god, did he really slip and die? No way, dude. Is that really what they're gonna do here? Or did someone push him? I guess we'll find out.
Yes!
Oh, hi, Mark, on floor. Yes! An examination of the mark on the floor will prove... The meat on the bone will prove... Dude, Mark on the floor? Bro, I bet you... In an alternate universe, if this was a Danganronpa game, that would have pissed me off, because I would have said, like, the floor mark on, or some shit. Or the mark on floor. Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove that the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is his dispositive shoe polish. Oh, by the way, if anyone at all, I've been looking for it. But if anyone can find the animation of Herlock doing the fucking shadow boxing towards the screen, with like a transparent or green screen background. I've been looking for it. I've only found one where he's wearing a different outfit, which I guess is minor spoilers, but whatever. Please let me know, because I want to put it on my countdown screen. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I now carry as a matter of course. 4 words, phrases haunt every mystery game. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's lace leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. You mean the cat? Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. No! No. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. She used to be a bearded Santa Claus. She used to be Santa Claus. No cap. She's actually a ballerina dancer from Russia who ran away. That's kind of all we really know about her. And she's also famous and on the newspaper. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. Yeah, it's the fucking bell on his neck. I mean, the cat's neck. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that briefcase. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true, I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. But, and if this part of Mr. Sholm's deduction is right, Ms. Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin. Somewhere within this school. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. This answer must be here somewhere. Let me guess, is it right behind the case again? No, that's just the tiara again. Wait, is it the tiara again? No, dude. There's something else here that I'm missing. Is it? Wait. Nah. Huh? No, right? No? Can't be this again, right? Ah, somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here. It hasn't been dropped, Naruhodo-san. It's been placed. I'm starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes. Stop trying to sound like the Great Detective. Okay, yeah, so it wasn't that. It was the trash can, right? This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. Aha! How did I not notice that when I was here before? What the hell? Wasn't the snake in the case? No, the snake was actually a debate. It was actually a cat in the case, remember? Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. It looks familiar. Perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you.
Yes!
That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Ah! Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely! We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Normal latency? Yeah, my ass, it's normal. Don't use low latency? You can turn off low latency, right? That does help for some people. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider that what this tells us? Why would it be that that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? Kya! Why is a Russian woman also screaming Kya? I guess it's the Russian weeb. You're well acquainted with this glass spell, are you not? Yes, it's the fucking cat spell, bro. I don't know. That hushed Russian accent of yours. Yeah, I've been not giving her a Russian accent at all. Won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Hodo. Yes. Evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass spell. That would be... Where's the photo? Here it is! Take that!
Yes!
If you look at this photo... Look at this photograph! You can clearly see. Hanging from the darkest collar. The very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Cat. Your absent feline friend, Darka. Wait, the cat killed him? That motherfucker. Look at this photograph, 4 words again. Uh-oh. Photograph, look at this. This photograph, look at. I wouldn't. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Death by tripping over a cat? That's not good. That's not a good way to go, man. Bro, it was Morgana. It was literally Morgana. It was a black cat. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little over after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. Maybe I'll try to give her I'm not good at accents, guys. I'm trying to give him some sort of shit-ass accent, but you know. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hand. Good job fixing it, Faye. What do you mean last second? I gotta go now? People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired a How you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. Yes. And I had read the, rules on the wall. I knew I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, he thought it safe to try and lure the kitten back again by dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova, trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to try... Oh my god, seeing the word propensity? Bro, that just gave me fucking... Dude, that gave me some flashbacks to fucking, what was the game called? Conran Zanki? God damn, I saw that word so many times. To remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. A British, Russian, and Japanese accents for all these... Yeah, it's too hard. I mean, I can believe that the Japanese guys also have British accents, though. Because they were taught from Britain, right? This is why you need a night shift job? Why? Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... Yeah, Naruhodo does have the British accent. I nearly passed out with shock. What was it? Is it this? No, it's this. Wait. There we go.
Ah! I'm pissed, damn it!
I heard her cry out and then, oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. So basically what happened to Kazuma was he got...
Bonafide, monafide.
Kazuma was... From the appearance on the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Borea is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching, when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterward? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. I don't even know what the hell accent that was. Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself, at least. When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died, but I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. He literally fucking tripped? Man got Super Smash Bros. Brawled to death? Can you imagine? I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? The snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova. Then whose is it? And where did it come from? On Earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Pirozgo. Pirozgo? What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. Chose the wrong time to dash, got 0 to death by the cat. Oh boy. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ha! We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who could understand you better? Whoa, that's the judgmental right there, alright? Imagine dying like a cartoon character. Okay, dude. That was, damn, man, that was cold. Just, think you imagine like old ass Warner Bros and shit, and then, or Looney Tunes, and some guy just fucking actually dies from a random trip. But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake, surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Pirozgo does not have venom. He is harmless. Very long, but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. It's venomless? Yes. Now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. And once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like they say they milk chickens? Ridiculous! Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Pirozgo eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. Ah, oh, so is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. You're nailing his... Yeah, for some reason I could do that accent, but I can't do a nice, feminine, girly Russian accent, okay? It refuses to drink milk, it can't hear a whistle, it can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Pirosco has nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. But the problem is the way she talks in proper like she has proper sentence structure, so it's really hard for me to do the manly Russian accent for her. That's why I can't do that. She talks in like and I don't know how to do a Russian accent without it being stupid ass broken English. Just do it? Thought I was just translating it? God damn it, dude. Miss Pavlova? Oh, let me try it for a sentence, okay? I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize, but please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident. No, but it was because she brought a cat on board, which is illegal, you know. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see. That was not the truth.
No, that's wrong.
True. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest. Yes! There's a discrepancy in Ms. Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. Just can't quite put my finger on it. Yeah, this is like the super fancy version of the Tension song, which is cool. The Tension song from the previous Ace Attorney games. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I'm only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Miss Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. Distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Ah! Not again! When did you do that? Especially as they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes! Kazuma was my closest friend. I owe him my freedom even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. You mean the writing on the floor? Because the cat couldn't have done the Russian writing? The truth about how you really died, about how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Oh shit, this fucking OST, dude! This freaking OST! Holy shit! Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes! He really likes to say yes. What should we ponder first? Is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside? Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? Is what we must establish in the first instance. Well, we've already established it, haven't we? Oh, that was the wrong voice. The man tripped over the kitten that climbed into the cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident.
Hold it!
Oh shit, he said it! He said the thing! That wasn't yes! Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's not really what happened, does it?
Hold it!
I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Mr. Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Yeah, the writing on the fucking floor, man! How could he have slid if he died on his stomach? He slid and then the cat pushed him. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruto. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. This one. Watch me, bro. If I'm wrong, I'm gonna be so upset.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. Look at this photograph! There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That's script. It's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian.
It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast.
That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in an instant death. Instant death. Oh yeah, yo guys, I know not everyone was here for last stream, but I called that shit 100p. No cap. Okay, Pikachu can vouch for me, alright? Oh. Which means after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't have possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. I really messed up my throat doing the fucking Russian voice. Maybe I should stop doing that. I'm literally only 40 minutes into the stream and I killed my throat. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there, if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. Doing some water, take a break? Nah, I should probably get some tea or hot water or something while I'm ahead. Nice job. Thanks. I really appreciate it, alright? Alright, fine. I'll go get some hot water, because cold water ain't doing it. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna remember to vanish this time.
To the arena. Nice!
Hey guys, I'm back. Maybe I shouldn't do that with my voice. Hey, what's up, guys? I am currently steeping tea. Oh wait, hold on one second. All right, I'm actually back now. I just have to move my trash can closer for this tea bag steepage. Is everyone still here? Everyone still good? We good? We all good? Why are you blah blah blah? Did I miss anything? You guys are just playing games, looks like. Did you see Jack Sparrow for a second? No. Yeah, you did. Because this is what happens if my camera dies. Oh shit, it just progresses text. God damn it. This is what happens if my camera dies. Where is it? If my camera ever dies, this will happen. Yeah, I'm so clever. I'm so clever, I know. Okay, that's it. Yeah, this is the same guy. He's Hosonaga. Sorry, I guess I didn't mention that. You're very tired? How clever, I'm impressed. Thanks. Except my camera never dies because I'm so good at taking care of my stream, right guys? I'm so good at it. Alright, anyways. So Susato-san had noticed it too then.
Yep.
Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words... You mean this? No, not that. You mean the no entries part? Even though he normally says nothing to report? My badge? I don't know if that's it. I'm pretty sure that's not it. Hold on. I feel like I'm gonna have to start randomly guessing. Oh, hold on. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin, a remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. Okay. So it's something else that's a remnant of her. Okay, so that wasn't in the room. Oh no, the bell. Oh no, wait, no. What the fuck am I talking about? No, we already concluded the bell. Wait. What is it? Is it this? The speckled... No, we already... No, that's all solved. What? This? Or this? His... Bro, I don't even right now, dude. What the hell is... What? What the hell are they talking... I have like 5 things in my inventory. This was not in the room, though. It's so obvious. No, it isn't. Okay, this is the picture of her with the cat. Okay. Is that one evidence, dude? No. No, it isn't. Review scene? That doesn't help me at all. Wait, does it? No. It says keep out in Japanese. I'm not sure the Russian girl can actually read. Sorry. I forgot that word. Alright, okay, hold on. Give me a sec. Give me a sec, guys. This is very important. This is very important, alright? This is super important, guys. Right here it says, yep. I can't find anything out of place. Great. This guy has to be important, right? I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian. No, me neither. I have no idea what any of it says. Okay. Alright, this is not important. This is not important. This is not important. Shut up. Just stop. Actually, we did find... Did we find... No, we didn't find this article in there, right? Herlaw gave us this shit. Okay, this is the best... The only thing... Man! Do I really present the same thing? No, it's not, right? Alright, fuck it.
Yes!
God damn it. I'm going to see how Kazuma's death really happened, I think. I think that you are starting to see nothing of the sort, and that was evidence to prove it. Ooh. Ooh. If it was no accident, then what should we be looking for is one of 2 things. Either the absence of something you would expect to find at the scene of the accident, or the presence of something that you wouldn't. Oh, the absence of something? Alright, what wasn't here? Ah, I see. No, I don't! I confess your rather languid I see doesn't fill me with confidence, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe in you. Well, more than Mr. Sholmes does, anyway. I still don't get it. It's starting to take shape now? It is? There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story? The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. I still don't get it. Bro, what? What? What, this? The badge was in the room? It's not the badge. It's not the badge, okay? Alright, this is the only other thing I can think of. Maybe this diary was fake AF. Huh? Maybe, huh? Because we're making a lot of assumptions based on this diary. Alright, this is it. 100%, dude. There's no way. There's no way I'm wrong. I'll never be wrong ever again. Let's go.
Yes!
Alright. I hate when I get to this. Every Ace Attorney game, man. I end up being in this situation where I just have to guess every single option.
That's wrong.
And if I was on an emulator, I would just keep pressing load save state. But now I gotta watch this every time I lose instead. Alright, that's 2 down. Our odds are looking pretty good, guys. Our odds are looking pretty good. Our odds are looking pretty good right now, I gotta say. Here we go. Here we go, guys. This is it. This is time. It's time.
Yes!
Okay. But you see, that's 1 more down. You see, everything is actually progress. Holy shit, the text on this part, though. Oh my god. There's so much text. Let me try again. Let me try. Is it really the fucking badge, bro? Okay. Nah. 100%, you know what it is? You know what it is? No, I know what it is 100%, dude. It's 100%, like 190,000%. It's not this one. This one was not in the room. There's only... Wait, do I represent this again? Oh, am I just being stupid? I thought... It has to... It's this, isn't it? It's fucking this, dude. Bro, it's this shit, isn't it? Is it? What else is in his room? Fuck it.
Yes!
I'm so mad. I overthought this so hard because I thought I just used that evidence, but no, I just used that in the fucking Great Deduction. I didn't use it now. Oh my god, dude. I'm so stupid, bro. Oh, that was my first guess. I was like, nah, I wouldn't present the same thing I just presented. Duh. That would be dumb. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. First try. Well, that's the glass bell that the kitten had around its neck. We already know that, all about that. That was me. I'm Hosonaga right now. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened... Then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Oh yeah, I guess that's pretty important. Yeah, okay, alright. Ah! Hosonaga sure is relatable. Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in the waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both of these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. When Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. Wait, I know that silhouette. Orochimaru? And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. So I was right, she actually is it's a double debate and she's actually the assassin at the same time? She's gonna take up a second mask and be the bearded guy? Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's...
Hold it!
You are wasting time. Someone else was there? Ah, of course. We know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And only other person in the cabin when young student died was you.
Yes!
No, don't say yes to that. It's not what you want to say yes to. Okay, it's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian, and there's no way I would have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. He would probably say details, right? Details? Yeah, guys? Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the wardrobe. Wrote the word. Oh my god! Wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. Details. In an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there all this entire time. Yeah, that rhymes. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evident that would show out Mr. Asogi really died. Why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you?
Hold it!
I didn't even say that. That was a really bad fucking emotion I put in that sentence. Seaman Stroganoff? Nina's woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on the ship. A member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Ain't that the tooth? Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective. You should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin, not Nina, not anyone. No, sorry. When the ship shakes, it locks the doors because this place is scuffed AF. Or do you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Yet, it's impossible. He's right. He's wrong. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie a thread around door Bruh. Why would you bring that up? You're the one who disproved me about that. Thread? Are you stupid? I guess they assume some people don't click the door. These bulkheads are not barn doors. Yet. Is it nyet or yet? Or nyet? Or nyet? Or nyet? I know that because because in Honkai Impact there's a major character that Jumpy adores. Totally adores, named Branya, who literally just keeps saying nyet or da. Because she's supposed to tell everybody how Russian she is. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find in any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, with not a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. Also, it's a lolly Russian. You guys are really wondering. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... Satsu-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? So, Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? Exposing Jumpy out of nowhere. I don't know if he's here right now. I would assume no, because he didn't come out to call me names for saying that, so... Because the truth is, he hates Branya. I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, you can see the traces of the method I'd have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside? Yes, one way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have, so would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling sign of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolts across from the outside. Yeah, it was this, right here. Right. Wait, why is it not glowing? I'm kind of scared that it's not glowing. I'm gonna really hope this works, though.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and the things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel, after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe... Yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia. Inertia is a property of matter, while acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book, at least? Well, whatever it's... Dude, she's holding Wikipedia in her hands. Whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. Ah! It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We'd come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Yes, I'm pretty sure it's the 1800s. Maybe the 1700s, I don't really know. Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance! Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Oh, yes! That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed? So how did that bottle stay good? Huh? How's that bottle still in the same spot? Huh? Well, all the stuff on the table. In fact, how is Ryunosuke alive? Oh, that's why everyone has an aching head. Everybody's head banging up against the wall. So wait, that actually did happen. Dad says, "Booyah!" Made another emergency stop. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelf. Oh yeah, and all the stuff being on the floor and shit. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? And when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin. Oh my! Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Burian made emergency stop? Does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? You know what I realized? Hosanaga's like face and animations, and I guess even his hair, are actually like closest to frickin' Edgeworth. That's what he reminds me of. Alright, anyways. Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Are you forgetting the, used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you only to press the button in times of emergency? On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He almost sounds proud of himself. How dare you mess with the ship? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin door slide closed. So, what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not? You're an idiot. Boria's a huge ship with many passengers. If we make an emergency stop even in the middle of night, there'd be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruto? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. You have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Everyone's aching heads. Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? Uh-oh. Oh, the log. Guys, that's the 100... Yo, there's no way I'm 100% not gonna make this wrong, dude. 100% correct.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganov. It's your... Wait, why am I saying that in that accent? It's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? Yeah, that is correct. Why? In the ship's log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine. Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log? That is... because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing to report," wouldn't you? Gulp. Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Borea. There was something to report. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish. If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. Can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of the night. Well, no, that's a good point. No, but everyone was perfectly calculated to have a concussion. What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. You've all suffered with it. See, I knew it. I knew that was connected. Oh, yes, I have had a headache. You're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right. My head's been throbbing today, too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Let's not ache our heads, though. Then, the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I'd already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? So someone drugged the whole ship? Tell me, Mr. Naruto. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Ah, well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So we enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact. And all of that. Oh, yeah, so the fucking chicken was drugged? Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No. Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber on who consumed it. A sleeping drug? What if there were some vegetarians on board? That wouldn't have worked. Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so that no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Wait, what? Oh, so we're wrong? Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes? Well, Seaman? Eh? Oh shit, the entire ship's on it? The entire ship's in on this shit? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade. Oh, so everyone is aiding this freaking renegade? Because she used to be a dancer on the ship? Please, no more. I will tell everything. Eh? I cannot make problems like this. For everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help. Everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We want to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Really? You just remembered that important detail. Yeah, I would just spit that shit out if it tastes like that. We could not make all drug. How do you say dissolve? Ugh, talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was held by comrades on shore with a small fishing boat, while all the passengers of the SS Boreas slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion in their evening meals had contained. So, if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who disliked chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. That means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been a complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meals of chicken in their cabins, for which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes! The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway, and so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt on the single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have talked long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to unlock a door. All told, a busy night. But But I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl. Okay. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas.
But I am Sailor, and Sailor don't listen too long. Boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes.
A laudable trait.
What?
I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind? What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man, but you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you
talking about?
I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular.
The truth.
Oh shit, we're doing another one of these? I didn't expect that. So do they basically like mix in Ace Attorney Investigations gameplay into this? Because I feel like there's not going to be a trial. Because we're basically solving everything in this investigation. Like what would happen in Ace Attorney Investigations. That's kind of cool. So, Miss Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow. Just as I said of these two prevaricators. Observation? This is actually the third grade deduction. If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, the first grade deduction we proved that Miss Pavlova was actually a girl. No joke. If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two were there when it happened. Precisely, you are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can do. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. We did actually just strip her. No cap. Well, she stripped herself, after we suggested it. Left ear, right ear. I don't know what else to aim at. Was there something weird at the... Was one of these pieces of earring, like, at the scene of the crime or something? Did she drop, like, an earring? Why is one of her earrings miss... Wait, her earrings look totally different. I don't know what... I don't know. What the hell am I supposed to do here? Sailor's hat? I don't think that's it. What the f... Oh. There it is. Ink stain. Oh, look at this. It's some kind of stain in an unusual place. Yes, you're right. It looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken. Ink. And look at the color, too. It's clear where this came from. I almost didn't even see that shit. Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganov's uniform. I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. All right, then. The evidence that proves that what that stain on the back of Seaman Stroganov's uniform really is... This is the only thing that has the fucking ink in it. I don't actually have something of just the bottle, so...
Yes!
Yes, it's his photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused a stain on your uniform. Ink? A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Ah! Ah, the penny drops. At last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of her uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means... you must have been present in the cabin, in the moment immediately after the ink was spilt. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in dead student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed a button to make Boria do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Beef, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. When an angel came to me. He was white like sheet. Beef, please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one. My little furry friend. Can someone just do the sound command, please? Can someone please do the sound command?
No.
Okay, well I tried. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Thanks, Bugsy. And then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor? Yes, that is right. So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers?
Nice one, my furry friend.
Only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. Then she... oh, you didn't know it? Oh, okay.
My furry friend.
Alright, that's enough. We got it now. 3 is good. She said she was worried when she heard the sound of something falling on the floor.
My furry friend.
Oh, now you want to do it, Chocobo. That's when she went to look. No. Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova...
Nice one, my furry friend.
God damn it. Everyone understood the assignment? True. Was he already dead? Why? I already told you. When Nina opened the door of student's cabin and looked inside, I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Da. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? No, there's no way. It's never that quick. Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph? Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. In the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean? Oh, the fact that he fell on his face instead of his back? do you mean unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well... Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck. Which part of this photographic print seems unnatural? The guy himself. This guy right here, 100%.
Yes!
It must be here, surely. What? Come on, how else do I say it? Allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding pursuit of detection, my dear fellow. I'm so dead, guys. I am so dead. When noting a crucial point, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open. Okay, thanks, Marth. They were open. And it can be equally helpful to use them. Sorry, I'll try that. I think it's plain what Mr. Sholmes means by unnatural, isn't it? The word written in a foreign language underneath his fingertip, surely. That particular crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. No. I mean to identify another point. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. Would you land as the victim has? Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. What of your hands? Oh. Just is the fact that his hand is pointing like that? I don't know, man. I don't know what the fuck you're trying to tell me to do. You look like the sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity. This should be an easy task. Why do I? If Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible sort of luck broke his neck, which part of this photograph seems unnatural? His finger? Man, I'm gonna lose. Alright, whatever. No saving. Saving is for losers. The fist? Yeah, I was thinking the fist too, but you know what? Finger seems even more unnatural, so...
Yes!
This word in Russian clearly wasn't written by Kazuma, so if you're looking for something unnatural, that's the obvious point. Very true. It is certainly peculiar. No, that's not what I meant to click! No! I didn't want to click. I was clicking a finger! God damn it, man. Ah, here we go. Game over, baby. Imagine, if you will, losing your... Oh, wait, he didn't give me a penalty for it? Because it kind of sort of made sense? I'm sure I'll reach the same conclusion. How thoughtful you are, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you for your gentle guidance. Alright. So what, his fist? Like he was trying to fight? Is it really the fist? Alright, man. Here we go.
Yes!
Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, there we go. And this fist just doesn't seem quite right.
Yup.
The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. You mean like the katana? What do you mean? He tried to catch himself with that fist? Maybe. Simply I took that liberty. Of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there? My dear fellow? Damning evidence? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please! Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? Okay. And now we can just say the left earring. The thing I already noticed in advance by accident. Sorry, I mean the right earring missing. Match the left earring. Okay, cool. It all connects. This is what I found. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. That's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. This is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe, find the answer with your own eyes. I already know. Okay, it's right there. It's right there. She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair, like little pink shells. So I'm just imagining during this observation thing, she's just are they really just standing here while we like circle them constantly, go like, Oh, what's that? There's something dangling down from her ear. Yes, it's an earring. Wait, look! It's a crescent moon! Ah, there can be no doubt now, surely.
Yes!
Miss Pavlova, on your ear there. I see you have a crescent moon as well. What? And on your other ear, there seems to be a crescent moon missing. The little link holding it onto it must have broken, I suppose. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped your crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. You sucked the left ear first when you did it? Wait, what do you mean? In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin you witnessed the moment the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel? Oh, the ear I didn't pick? Oh, okay. Did that work? I just did the other one because I feel like you can't like logically say, oh, there's a missing ring here. What's more damning is having a matching earring proof than having the fact that your earring is missing proof. I guess that's why I went for the ear I went for. No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Did you say hair? Air. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb into this huge ship, and then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible, long day. Darka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. So did she just fucking impulsively kill him because he thought he would report her and then get her entire journey fucked up? That's probably what this is going to be, isn't it? I heard her call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darko would not come back. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin... Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No. I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on the ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Oh, he was going to go ask... Oh, shit. He was going to ask... No, dude. He was just going to wake up Ryunosuke and ask him. But then she think the other thing. Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then... God damn it, dude. God damn... Why would you ruin this moment like this? Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And then... I literally faded out and then bonk. He's still alive. In slow-mo. As he turned around to look at me. Damn, you pushed his neck onto a board? I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. That's when he went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganov, who was on duty out in the passageway. Damn, man. He didn't deserve to go out like that, dude. He was just being a nice guy. He literally died for being a nice guy. That's so stupid. God damn it. I heard Nina cry out and thought on the floor, so I ran to her. And she was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Beef." Sounds like you got some beef to be sorted out. If they find out, I will be police. I'll have nowhere to go. So you decided to help, and that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. Thought no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes, I went to the cabin and I looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there, and then I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper aside. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged the young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote... so that person who found him would look inside a wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. It was dark in the cabin, and I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway? Yes. Accordingly, the SS Buria did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. That's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes, but even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. That's okay, that makes sense why you'd be sus. He said an inspector was his friend. Ah, yes, meaning me. Oh, shit. Is he gonna blame himself for him dying? Don't do it, Hosonaga. You've been through too much. Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard? I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There's one more deduction to make. Come on, I already know the answer. Do I really have to do a deduction for it? What, another deduction? Is this where I get to present my badge? Yes, what action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? Man, yo, this song is hurting me right now. Why is it so good? Holy shit. First, like we know what's gonna happen, but just slowly getting to that point right now is painful. First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night, when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama? Yes, that's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. If there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? It was some pretty specific-ass fucking murder, death, kill. Man, like holy shit, dude. Imagine getting pushed and literally just directly landing on the bed frame with your neck. Can you imagine that shit? By a 14-year-old? Like, excuse me? God damn it. How did the big-ass, built-ass Kazuma fall over like that? From a goddamn 14-year-old pushing her. Like, please. He was even looking at her. There's no freaking way. The wardrobe. My wardrobe. I was there in that time, of course, sleeping soundly. 15-year-old? Oh, okay. Never mind. She's super strong then. I was at the time, of course, sleeping soundly, too soundly. If only I hadn't eaten that chicken that was laced with this sleeping drug. If only he'd woken me up. Then maybe this tragedy would never have happened.
Take that!
Considering everything that happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use... Well, it's the exact same age that Maya was in the first game, right? And then she was eventually 23. And then 28 in the 5th and 6th games? Something like that? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Why is it always 16? They keep making all the girls 16 in the first part. And I'm guessing, does that mean Ryunosuke's 18 again? Or no, wait, they had a 5-year gap in Ace Attorney. But I don't know what they are in this game. Another opinion. Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh, no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Ms. Pavlova. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. That will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done? Shit, man. I was actually getting like a lump in my throat. It was hard for me to do the voices. And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Borea was finally laid to rest. Oh, was it 17 to 28? Okay, alright. I got it off by one number then. Dude, this song is getting me, man. This shit's like Turnabout Sisters level. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. And what about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Will the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I want to help our angel no matter what, but I didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... Well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? At least she doesn't have to go back to ballet hell. Yeah, she has to go to fucking jail instead. Actually, did they imprison 16-year-olds back then? I have no idea. Or 15-year-olds, whatever. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes, I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Yeah. Honestly, me too. This made it way more tragic than it is. But I guess that's the reason why it's so fucking memorable now. It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it even begun then. I think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we tear up the streets of London. It seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? How? Bro, why does everybody in this fucking game have like this crazy tunnel vision where they literally don't know if someone's slightly to the left of them until they fully turn around their head? Like, what the how do you not notice her in there? Is the excuse that it's too dark for that lamp even though we can clearly see it? Susato-san? Naruto-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. I still can't believe this has happened. Oh my god, those teary eyes! Damn, man! I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susato-san. I had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. Am I gonna be like fucking inheriting his dream or some shit? Is that my motivation to become a lawyer? I'm gonna guess it is. And now they've been cruelly taken away. Just as he has. I thought that I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed. And caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now, at least. Huh? Ah ha 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 ha! Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo? What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Seems that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry, so I decided to restore them. For old time's sake, shall we say. You're a stowaway, after all. Ah ha 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 ha! Ah ha 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 ha! He thinks this is funny. I love how that laugh animation just perfectly fits it. Dr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of the study tour were to negotiate by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. I guess I have to be the lawyer. Oh no, I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? All you require is one lawyer and the study tour can continue, Shirley. I am serious, and don't call me Shirley. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Miss Susato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Ah! But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. In a month? Mr. Naruhodo? That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting that anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector. Every single day. Well, you would let me try. And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? That's a nice smile. I think it's a wonderful idea. Why, Titus? Why you gotta ruin this moment? Why you gotta ruin this moment for us, Titus? God damn it. I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Shut up, Maltosier. I swear to God, dude. I can't believe it just fucking quoted that right now, of all times. Of all times, God damn it, man. That's so fucking perfect. Holy shit. Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant.
Nice!
The numbers are... No, it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character. No? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. The OST is really fucking good, yeah. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector. After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. That was not a good place to put that, Taco. Taco, that was not a good place to put that sound. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer. Yep, I'm at the end of case 2 now. It's kind of cool that there's a fucking yeah, I understand what happened though. They basically they took in a fucking Edgeworth investigation style kind of thing going on, except kind of like a hybrid. I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Basically the trial was the fucking deductions, I guess, but they're way easier, obviously. Thank you. And Mr. Naruhodo? I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. We're gonna get a sword in this game? Can I cut through those words? Bro, can I use truth blades and shit in this game? Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword. Really, it looks more like a longsword to me. That's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it always. Get out. So then, Mr. Sato, it seems we'll be working together for some time come yet. So what? Some time to come yet. Yeah. Specifically, like, 8 more trials. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. I have a feeling at the end of all this, I'm gonna be like, yo, where the fuck Great Ace Attorney 3? And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. That was cute as hell. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, it's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too. Goodness, what is it? Don't die, Lloyd. Please throw me to the ground. 3 times. Wait,
Knowledge.
Wait. Sucrose said the counter was 4 times. You wish Shisato would suplex you in real life? God damn it. True, though. True. 100% true. Alright, let's go. What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. At least you admit your shit. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. No matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away. And the cabin door was locked from inside. No! I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should have never thrown you. Not just once, but 5 times. Was it 5 times? Canadian spelling? That's because the Canadian spelling is the British spelling, dude. Which is what this game's English is based on. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Wait, really? Canada came first before Wait, why did I actually take that seriously? Why did I even take that shit seriously, bro? What is wrong with me? Oh god, I am so caught off guard by what you just wrote. What is wrong with me? Why was I legitimately convinced for a second? I was like, wait, Canada put U's in there and Britain was like, oh yeah, that colony got a good idea. We're gonna put some U's in our words too. Fuck, man. I feel like an idiot. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it! Don't even think about it. Dude, this is honestly, without context, this is kind of a weird scene. Especially with us standing in front of that bed. No, I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruto, though. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? While he was on the roof, I guess. I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling? Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient Jujutsu technique. A Jujutsu Kaisen technique? Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming. Believe me. How beguiling. Okay. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. Bro, I need this, man. I need a green screen of this fucking animation, except either him facing this way or facing forward. I need it, man. Why is it so hard to find? I'm going ghost! There he goes, dancing around again. Wonder if you'd be See, this would be a good dancer! Man's fucking ready to deck a girl. Wait, Did his fist actually make contact there? Oh shit, he's punching him in the... He's actually punching her! Look, boom! God damn, she doesn't give a shit. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Take a good afternoon and mask him out of the scene. Do I look like somebody? Yeah, I am actually someone who would have the patience to do that, I guess. But it's kind of hard to do it because I have the fucking text box in the way every time he's done it. So I need to do some more detailed masking than that. Definitely behind her head. Nah, I saw it clip. I saw it clip through her hair. Like, you can see it. See that? You saw that finger go through her cheek? Scuffed. Yes, I'd be honored. Now, let us not dally. So, you almost poked your eye out. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Oh, of course. Is she gonna flip me to demonstrate? Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? God damn it. Sorry? Hiya! Bro, she threw me into the fucking chest in the background. As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Oh, yes, interesting. Arresting indeed, and that's what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no, that was a Susato squash. She throws me onto the bedpost? Well, you guys made the same joke! We're fucking dead, dude. Imagine at the end. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Cosmo flickered into... No, man! I'm not ready for more emotions, man! Come on, we just had some. Wait, he's gonna cut me! Holy shit, he almost got me! The fuck, dude? Watch it, my face cam is here. Karuma? That's right, it's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. That was close. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Inosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. God damn it, he didn't tell me even in the ship? But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital. London. Hey, we made it! That's 2 chapters down, y'all! 2 chapters down. How y'all feeling? I'm having a good fucking time. And also, I'm getting very emotional already, and it's only been fucking 2 goddamn chapters. God damn. Wait, this is investigation again? Oh, I guess maybe there's only gonna be both. The Adventure of the Runaway Room. Oh my god, this is gonna be cool. The whole thing's gonna be based in a carriage. So this is the ship one. Okay. I don't know. The Clouded Kokoro. The Hound of the Baskervilles? That sounds scary. Anyways. Onward and upward. You just got to episode 4? Nice, nice. You've been going ham on this game, I see. Alright, guys, let's do this!
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter.
Wait. Part
A murder
2.1
in a
is out?
carriage
I don't know
as it
today.
sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude.
Was that how his voice is
of a
supposed to
long
sound?
concerto that
Definitely sounds
impressive
manlier than what I
Japanese
give him.
student and I were to play together."
Harry Potter?
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
I'm really feeling it,
And look at all the
Susato.
steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
I'm really feeling it.
Why is that so funny to me?
Yeah, this is bad.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital
Wait.
of Great Britain.
It sounds like it does sound like Adam Howden.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
We're playing
On
Xenoblade.
board. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
Sounds like Ryan.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure.
Nice one, my furry friend.
It sounds just like him.
I suppose you're visiting students
Okay, no, it
from
doesn't.
abroad, eh?
Yes.
It's still funny.
Thought so.
Man just talking to his
I
horse.
hope you enjoy your stay.
Called his horse a furry friend.
And welcome to the centre of the world. Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
This is a good result.
Alright. Oh wait, this place is 2D. Like an old school fucking sprite page. And yes, Herlock Sholem should be a recurring character in this. From what I've seen in all the advertisements way back when. Okay, British Supreme Court Lord Chief Justice's office. Also, holy shit, they got some crazy gears and stuff going on in here. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this had a quite different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wooden paper most of our buildings are constructed from. No, you're breathtaking. I was actually thinking that too. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh my god, this is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time, if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity, as envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes, and having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So, we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as a law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer, which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. That's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer, which is the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. hope I'm up to scratch. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Who is this? Oh, shit. Oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ionosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Ah, yes, thank you. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help. I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words. You gotta fucking sleep? Alright. Have a good night, Taco. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes, there's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we'll be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history. It will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. They said the thing! Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times, we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Wait, let me do something really important. Because, Pikachu remind me this is a thing I can do. Oh shit, I took his armband? Oh, that's cool. Lord Strongheart, may I show you this? To accept this item, issue a receipt, examine it thoroughly, and make a formal statement of my findings. It requires something in the region of 24 seconds of my time. Sorry? Does this item warrant 24 seconds of my time, Mr. Naruhodo? Let's leave it for now. Okay, cool. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. It's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madame? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo? This is it then. The moment of truth. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead.
Don't misunderstand me. Great Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. Without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done.
Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? It's another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Asogi, at least. That is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo! I can ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I gonna say? If there's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's... It's Miss Usato! It can probably only be... Yes, Miss Usato! An unusual introduction. I presume you mean this charming lady beside you. You're a lawyer, are you? That look she's giving me. For all the days of hard work she put in to help me study. Can't let her down now. I think that's quite enough joking, don't you, Lord Strongheart? My real answer is, it's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say? You still claim to be a lawyer. I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused, but glossing over the details... I've been spending every spare moment of the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and the court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buria! The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. What you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain. Not only do you need a university degree in law, but you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on the study tour was all he had thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he had planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Just a skill that would stand you in a good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? Well, let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down on you. Really? So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet. This will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? Well, that's fast. I actually was missing doing a trial, so that's okay with me. If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. It could be simpler. How do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. Ah, I remember. It's a murder trial. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much in your short sea-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We'd be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you'll need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. Yeah, the accused will be pretty pissed. It's okay, I will prove him wrong. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, then my answer is I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it is as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. What? Bro, I said yes! Give what give me that, what, man? I'm sorry, Mr. Sata, but what could I do? It's alright. I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. The resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madame? I think what Mr. Sato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful. But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Why can't he defend himself? Because he's... Well, we're probably going to find out soon how much of a bozo this person is, you know what I'm saying? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. Really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madame? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. He's gone. Where did he go? The Old Bailey. If you're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, you must leave at once. Okay, let's talk. Why don't we just examine it instead? This seems like a good use of time. Hey, Susato, can I just ask you something? Careful. From this position, I can perform a Susato takedown in an instant. I know. Mr. Naruhodo, you heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts imminently. If I need to throw you, I will. You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask me anything, it had better wait until we're at the Old Bailey. Okay, so I guess we can't do anything here. Great. We just got checkmarked and everything at once. Maybe I should have done this before I fucking talked to that guy. Wait, I can look around here? Alright. Alright. Hey, but check this out! What the fuck? Holy shit, it's 3D. Look at that. No, but seriously though, check this out. This is Sato. Okay. Alright, cool. Let's just leave. She's so eager to throw him? Yeah, he is. I mean, she is. Whoops. If we hurry and catch a cab, we may just make it to the courthouse in time. Let's go. I like how every single courtroom in every single fucking Ace Attorney game is always drawn like this. Oh, thank goodness we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Erlock Sholm story, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. This is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madame! Whoosh! Sir? Oh god. No wonder this guy is a murderer. What are yous doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat. Barely a penny to your name. All while in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand.
Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now.
1,000 guineas? Please, Mr. Sato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is... It's enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo.
What? 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure that I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over.
Could that much rain even fall in one day?
Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah, that hit me in the eye! Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me.
Oh?
To be honest, it's a little embarrassing. The trial's about to begin, you see. It's for me, good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now.
Oh, well, the thing is...
Don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial's gonna start without me having any kind of representation at all.
So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial?
Blustering blazes, do yous not know who I am? Me? One of London's biggest names?
No, sorry. We've only just arrived in the city, you see.
I see. I suppose it ain't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there in the center of London is another beautiful park.
Sorry, a park? What?
It is called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated to the city, so I did.
An entire park? In central London?
A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people.
That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary.
But now they've got a gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask you?
All right, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Ha, 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 ha. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best.
What was I after saying, you daft idiot? Idiot? You daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I?
Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you.
Oh, I think I see what's going on here.
Sorry?
I know what you're thinking. This Chancellor of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen.
But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England?
Because he did it. That's the only explanation.
Well, no. Not at all. Although, it is a little strange, to be honest. Why don't you have a lawyer, I mean? Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean? That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry, did he just say Reaper?
Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barak von Zeeks. He's the prosecutor.
The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper?
When Van Zeek stands for the prosecution, they call the accused as sacrificial lambs.
And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned.
Oh yeah, we haven't met the fucking main prosecutor of this game like we normally do in every Ace Attorney game. So I don't even know who the fucking main rival is gonna be yet. I guess that's the Reaper.
So to reach the desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all, we
could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Time to make him eat his words.
Goodness. What Barakman Zeeks? So this is the guy we're up against, huh? Zeeks? He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madame. It's cursed. Cursed? Earth? The defendant is summoned in his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. Your chances are grim? Nice. His counsel, that would be me. Oh, it is time. Well then, fella. Don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here. I'd made up my mind, so I had. Sorry? I've decided that I'd have to defend myself in there. With that face, though. How would that have worked? Well, then you made an appearance, a student of law, wouldn't you know? There's no accident. I can assure you of that. It's fate. Don't get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know that I can't just turn my back on him. I love this music. Mr. Naruhodo, the man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? You're late for the start of the trial. You will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. What's happening then? My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Alright, finally, man. I've been missing these trials. Let's go. I'm also very excited to see who this Zeeks guy is. First try. 10 a.m. Oh, shit. What is that? Is that a jury? Is that a jury? Bro, are we taking up shit from the Ace Attorney versus Professor Layton here? Or like a mass witness stand or some shit? Oh shit, dude. This is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different than the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? Darty eyes. Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. Oh. I saw him for 1 second. He's literally a fucking vampire. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. This guy is so cool! I already love this guy. He looks so cool! The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Wow! Huh? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me. Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. Wait, is this guy related to Von Karma? Which means he's indirectly related to fucking Edgeworth? Holy shit! This guy looks so cool! The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Cold shiver just run down my spine. all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord? You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella's a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give to those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded. What a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please may we go and play in McGilded Park? Seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Ho, ho, ho! Order in the court! Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you. You 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I am more than ready. The manner. His lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Ha! Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, those people are... the jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So, the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different point of views. So how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but... I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. Why does this juror have a knife? To cut through those words! Prosecutor Van Zeeks. My lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance to which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening. 3 days passed. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Sorry, thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. Damn. With that, he should have been a brick himself. Maybe he would be okay. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, Counsel. I shall accept that in the photograph as evidence. Photograph. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord, is that blood, Counsel? Bro, his hair just jumped. What if the juror is the killer? That'd be interesting. Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them? Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. What the fuck, dude? That's not good. How did I get into this? I'm back into a corner before I even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside the vehicle at this time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was a deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstance to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded! To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilton? Lilton, so it is. And when I opened my eyes again, it was a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in my life. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from the stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. The blood got into the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Order! 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 When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. And there were witnesses to the crime. This is not a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Order! Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Witnesses, your names and occupation. Man, this guy is straight up Edgeworth, man. Edgeworth ancestor. My name is, well, everybody calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. Lady First. God damn this fucking guy's name. I make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were at an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well, then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw.
witnesses saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right! He stabbed him! I screamed, I did! I couldn't help it! As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus and then I saw it too.
You want water?
No, I have water.
Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. The friggin' changing pitch on that bling is so funny. How quaint. I read that civilization of the Eastern Islands nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you even traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. Oh, I only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? The carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today in this very building. Here? According to this game, lawyers carry swords in the 1800s? Well, no, Japanese lawyers do. Here, what? The entire carriage? Bailiff. Bring forth the stricken omnibus. What the fuck? Man, they really pulled it in here, didn't they? And they split up the fuck. How does that that freaking witness testimony bench just like kind of change shape no matter what? Wait, Van Zeeks has a sword too? Oh, I didn't even see that. I guess I better pay attention. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. I'm looking around for a sword. I don't see it. Maybe it's under his cape? As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, and other 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows the best views of the city architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And should I point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight on the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. A skylight? Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. Ah, that makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced a crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well, I see no reason why not. The omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. Okay, that's cool. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could have helped myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let us continue with the proceedings then.
Your cross-examination counsel. Pray don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. All right. My first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus! It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. Okay, before I do this... Alright, I want to do all this first. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder. It's horrible. This seat looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it, and only just wide enough for two gentlemen to sit side by side, really. Of course, an English gentlewoman would be dressed in such finery. It would be quite impossible for her to climb up to this roof deck, so she would have to be seated in here. A woman in a kimono would have the same problem. Women's clothes are very impractical, aren't they? Oh, blood? I see blood. This is cool. Yeah, it's really cool. I'm really enjoying this. That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victims would obviously... Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Did you really stab someone in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. I saw there was something else here. Yeah, this thing. This seat has a handle, it seems. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Open chest. Ah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece for the whole exposition. Ooh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Ah, it's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Ooh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't seem to appear to be a handle or a catch of any description, so I suppose it can't be opened from inside the cabin at least. Have you seen enough? Let's head back outside then. Let's go look at the things outside. Can we see things outside? So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? And they have to pay money to do so? I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around in the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. Wait! Phoenix Wright Omnibus? What is the implication of that? Is there even an implication of that?
What the fuck? That's crazy. Alright, there's only one way in. Alright, cool. Well, we didn't get anything out of this. A frickin' Phoenix Wright omnibus? Really? Can't find anything out of place. This is definitely blood, isn't it? The most pleasant sight to be confronted in on our first day in London. Nothing will come out of grumbling now. No, by the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with the coin in his right hand a little earlier. Ah, pity. If only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. Yep, dead. Thrice-fired mason. Died in hemorrhaging, resulting from the trauma. Okay. Alright.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir, that's right, sir. Yes, ever so cold it was, sir. Freezing, in fact. Anyone acting sus? No? Okay. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time. Is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, no. Okay. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place? No one alighted, for example? You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that? No, none. Okay. So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then? I have to say, the boss insists on it running, he does, every evening, that last bus of the day. But I do so wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, with it being so cold and everything, only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home just trying to warm up again. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other on the side of the bus.
Hold it!
And you saw them through the skylight on the roof of the carriage? That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? Mr. Gilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There was no room for doubt here. I really wish there was. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Or our fair dinkum, hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord! Juror number 3? What's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be, every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. This guy looks a lot like one of the guys who was sitting inside the fucking, oh shit. They were sitting inside the damn, fucking thing. His suit looks the same. He's really gonna be the fucking killer, isn't he? There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter, anyway. That is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it is my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. So this is how it worked back then. They just throw fireballs into the goddamn fire?
What is happening here? Let me see. Ah, yes, it seems that that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... So our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. I couldn't help it.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent. Like this guy right here! Oh, no, wait, no, that's the guy who died. This guy right here... Oh, wait. You know what? I don't know anymore. Never mind. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to a fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see? So I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then... I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly with that huge great knife. A grim sight indeed. Ah, that didn't help me at all. She's just cleaning the desk. It looks like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. That would appear to have made everyone more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. First, you know what his full name is, Chocobo? Ladies First. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Oh, yes, sir? Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief, yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that... Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake to the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please, no. M, for Maltosier, perhaps. Or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
But there are M's everywhere. Yes. Like in Mason.
Objection!
What the fuck? His objection was super fancy. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Were you guys AFK or something recently? Because I saw something crazy when I was investigating the, I don't know if you guys saw it or not. That Easter egg when I was looking at the fucking, omnibus. It was not that big, but it made me go, what the fuck? Ugh. Not conclusive. Might have missed it. Here, let me show you real quick. Check this out. You guys ready for this? It's the Phoenix Wright Omnibus. What the fuck? Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel. The murder weapon has been entered into the court record. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Juror number 2. Go on. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman. And a gentleman's word shouldn't be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Why is that even there? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's either just a full... There's no way it makes sense any other way than the Easter egg. Also, they kind of showed how jurors vote. Check it out. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish? No. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today, and I cross-reference all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. I think they can revote. I think if all 6 of them go on one side, it's over immediately. Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need is more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... alright. I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too!
Hold it!
What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. Wait, what? No, he wasn't. The fuck you talking about? Huh? And by the passenger, obviously, you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason. The brickmaker. Wait, he wasn't collapsed on the floor, he was just sitting there. Slumped. And the other passenger had that knife in his hand. Like this. By the other passenger, obviously, you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. You know, whenever I see a super crazy, stoic, serious character like this as the prosecutor, I'm always just so excited to see the part where I make them, like, lose their composure. You know what I'm saying? You guys know what I'm saying? And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? Wait, wasn't he stabbed in the chest? My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5, do I take it that you too? As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of our city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough, now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open mind a little long. Yep, now! Silver Blaze, the finish is in sight! Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. Okay, I'm guessing it's gonna all hinge on this old lady just being chill and not voting. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Madame Juror number 6. Yes, dear? What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day, and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. The Gilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He is always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, may we go to McGilded Public Library later and borrow some books? How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? Oh, should they drop his theme? Is this Zeke's theme? What kind of man is he? The philanthropist, Magnus McGilded, has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir. One of the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the crows! Mr. McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest so as the victims have no hope of repaying it. And when they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madame. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy a loan in its entirety not have his carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brick maker, had next to nothing to his name save considerable financial liability. Oh, that's the wrong voice. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling to repay his debts. And in the end, his pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it.
Hold it!
I might add something briefly, Mr. Sato. You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded. Where is the evidence to support your claim? Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollowed chalice in a court of law. Aha, there it is. Lord Van Zeek's hollowed chalice. How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. This guy is just like how Edgeworth and shit just like fucking brought in evidence only like last second just to make us look like idiots. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. Shit, I missed the sword again. God damn it. Ah, yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. The accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madame, that is the modus operandi of the accused. That's such a pretty little part, too. What a scoundrel. Still, maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute! Let's think about this a little more before... I don't stand for nonsense. Okay, it's over. GG, guys. There's the faceplant. That was it. The last juror's decision. According to this Encyclopedia of British Law... Oh, what? Oh, you just have that in there? And you just never mentioned it until now? Man's got a killer Kazuma impression. When all of the members of the jury have concluded the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh. I love that freaking book smack, man. There's a footnote, though. A footnote? However, the defense... All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections? Mr. Sato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of the of British law. However, the defense... What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. What? Why would you put it away? When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. And the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. The hell is that? There's some new mechanics. Summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination? From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Ah, judging from the binding, I would say that the book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text in British law wouldn't even give an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. He shifts his band back up now when he sweats? What even is it, Mr. Sato? This so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Typical Nipponese. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what exactly? Appeal to them to change their leanings and reverse their decisions. And it says here that, if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions? Yes, in times gone by, barristers who would use a summation examination to attempt to influence a jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really. So it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert to his right to try in this day and age. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? A summation examination, our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? Of course we assert... Man, what kind of stupid-ass question is this? The defense... Hey, Door. What's up, man? How's it going? Wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
You can't... Shut the fuck up. You can't object to that. London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on Earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very high standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment and should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Madness? This is Great Britain! Foreman, are you and the remainder of this jury ready? Eh? Well, I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so, all members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. That sounds pretty useful. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. That seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then. The summation examination. Defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for. To turn this trial around. So be it then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The court hereby calls upon you to state the ground on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime. She really does smack that typewriter vigorously. But not as vigorously as frickin' Susato slaps that book, dude. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it had to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. Or does he have a knife? So we could cut through those words. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. That beggars belief. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. Wait. I have that sound command still? I didn't even know that. Okay, whatever. I'll have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, you could recoil on you the more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Did I not put it in the commands list? Did I? I don't know. I mean, it was there before, but I thought I turned off a lot of the song ones. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work, then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says. And if we can identify any contradictory statements, if we can, we just contrast statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. That sounds fun, actually. I like this. I see, so it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. Whoosh! Double slap. I have to pull this off. Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Oh shit, I'm standing with a knife. The defense's rebuttal. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him.
Hold it!
He's gonna cut through their words? Yo, that's a pretty good joke, man. Certainly the testimonies we've heard suggest the victim and Mr. McGilded were alone inside the carriage. Precisely my point. But could there have been some other explanation? Something we haven't considered yet? Such as... fucking darty-eyed McCree, man. Well, perhaps that's something we could all work out together now. Now listen here, maybe you don't know how things work around here because you're from foreign climes. We're here to form our opinions as individuals, and I have. Ugh. Oh dear, he doesn't appear to be in the mood to consider an alternative point of view, does he? No, I'm going to have to pit the jurors against one another, like Susato-san said. Finding contradictions in these 6 people's assertions is the only way I'm going to succeed. Alright, so maybe I should stop pressing them. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn logical conclusions. Okay. You can trust the guild. Fair is a motto. Oh, here it is. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. There it is. Oh, this is going to be so cool. I wonder what what's going to be.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. They do? Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on Silver Blaze's name and name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. Oh shit, yo, this guy's walking around. He's pacing! He's pacing on them! According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right, I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is, a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each, if you do the multiplication. It would be 16 pence. Exactly, as I said. It doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare. Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Wait. Is this the real cornered theme in this game? Because I don't think we've heard this before. Is this the actual cornered theme? Oh shit, I love it. This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he let nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, She's so excited. Well, according to my book here, like book, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of the set of scales. Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo. Four times 4... Wait, I just realized with the crazy math in chat. 4 times 4 equals 44. This is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. For the love of Mike! Wait. Is juror number 1 from World's End Club? Uh-oh. Oh shit, we got an intruder. We got an imposter from another game. Not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Not Tatsuda again. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it! If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more, actually. There is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. And that's where you must strike next. So we need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Bro, I love this song, man. Exactly, you can do it. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. I'm changing my leaning to innocent. I should like to hear what the slipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself. He stuck the chap next to him like this. Brazen, I must say, absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collected all the statements thus far and drawn a logical conclusion. Grr, Beppo, this trial has to continue so I can get to the bottom of this corruption. Not guilty, I say. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor beggars belief. Aha!
Objection!
Those two statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel, post-haste. Oh, dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? I love this pace, man. This pacing is so cool to me, I don't know why. It's the most simple things that are super badass in this game. We've heard from more than just one witness, but they allegedly saw the actual moment. What half? When the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What, can't you see I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ha, want to test me, do you? It was like this! Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony, quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madame? Oh, well, dear, it's as far as I understand it. Yeah! It was like this! He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches, what a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility that one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. He could have stabbed him twice. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Let's see if that's true. It says stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife while journeying in an omnibus. So, objection! Oh. But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out and we may never know the real truth. Somewhere other than the abdomen. Usually they have all the injuries listed, okay? Yo, we getting the song again? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. Open your mouth. Ah, shit, they caught him. They caught Johnny telling lies again. The scales. I don't believe it. It's time to tip the scales. Oh, wait, wrong game. Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. If I could just use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, Dark Jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? You really brought that up? Brought what up? Oh. I'm glad you understood it. Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus. This young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed from the floor and then the Shylock stabbed him again. Oh look, this first guy is actually you, Chocobo. He's saying the same thing you just said. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, hmm? Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why I should take this knife to you? Who are you calling old? Why I should take this needle to you? They're ready to kill each other. Could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? It's out of the question! Because I have the one stab thing. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman... What is it, you dark jinx? Come on, out with it! What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What? What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So, where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw different moments of the same crime. If that's out of the question, show me some proof. It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by... Take that!
Take that!
He finally said it! This is the victim's autopsy report. Wait, why are there so many pages? According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times. Alright, I concede defeat. Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leading to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won! What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. If the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop... Oh, he's that kind of character, is he? I didn't expect that. I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in quite a remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places, and I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. Dude, we're such badasses, bro. Holy shit. We so cool. So, Lord Van Zeeks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Oh shit, this guy's taking a second drink. Okay. You cool? Well, Whoa! Oh, he's pissed. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hollowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks! Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination, so I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There's nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Oh, shit, he threw off his cape. Does that mean I can see his sword finally? I just really want to see this man's sword. You know, his weapon. You guys know what I'm talking about? Bring forth the witnesses once more.
Osmanthus wine must taste the same as he remembers.
I like how I don't even have Zhongli and I recognize that fucking line, man.
This guy would definitely pull off having that voice. Witnesses? I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure.
Oh, yes, sir.
That I did, sir. Of course I heard it.
Oh, yes, sir. I heard it.
You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo?
Yes, sir, my lord, sir.
It transpires that in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus. You will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir.
Oh mio Dio.
Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to Konodioda our attention by the defense summation examination.
I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it. But,
well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
He filled us on the fare, he did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much.
Oh, wait, so it's just that they got overpriced? Ah, shit, that's not enough proof.
I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man.
Everything I said before stands.
Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes.
Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozenage. Beppo, explain yourself.
I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster.
The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare?
It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty.
You have been dishonest, coachman.
I'm sorry.
You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild.
If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week.
What?
4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done that arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make results come out differently. No, that figures.
I get it. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. Well, shit. Now what are we gonna do?
I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but,
Whoops, I didn't mean to do that.
Everyone was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. I only carried 4 passengers.
Hold it!
So, there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right?
It's impossible to make the last one of the day pay. I was so cold, and now it was all I could do to stop myself from passing out.
I'm getting chilblains just listening to you. What the hell are chilblains?
It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running.
He always looks like that, right? Okay, we're good.
Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger?
You're digging a deeper hole for yourself in here. If only there had been a 5th passenger on that omnibus that night. Then we would have another suspect. Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
Hold it!
Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4?
Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir. And I just told you that I did. A flat fare of 5 pence across the board! It's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the Phantom Killer you so desperately needed, it's gone, dead and buried. I'd have been happy if it ever existed in the first place. Why doesn't he light a fire on his carriage? Because he'll probably just light his carriage on fire. He fiddled us on the fare, he did! And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much.
Hold it!
What the fiddle-diddle? This blood-curdling sight, you mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror of the eyes in the eyes of a man that... Oh my god. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man that moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Good gracious, really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't really actually see the point at which the victim was killed. It may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath, see? That's when I looked through the glass. And that's when I saw that horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Wait, poking out from his belly? Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. Why didn't he scream at the jury guy, then? I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. Yeah, I think so, yes.
Hold it!
Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose. I might have, you know? Yes. Put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats of the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. And when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up from his midriff. That's right, yes. The fellow holding that handle was the famous man, yes. So, in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I? Oh, shit. Oh, hold up. Excuse me, sir?
Excuse me!
Sir? I forgot that call out was excuse me, so that was a total coincidence. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. You didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could you just happen to have seen the exact moment the crime was committed? No chance! No chance! No shot! Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a sky on the top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. What the hell's that? It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Here's where we can have a fucking objection. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man? You mean the hands that were covered in gloves? You mean those? Are you talking about those ones? You talking about those ones?
Objection!
Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit that soaked may be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, you just dug your grave, dude. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's a little more than a little. That's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. Yeah! But, no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here, then. Gar, gar, gar. That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said, "Ugh, it was both hands." I like that the jury is actually fucking neutral. And they're willing to open their minds up to things. That's really cool to me. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed. But is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one. But the fact remains, the victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands. Which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Yarg! Why? Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain how Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. I totally have evidence. My lord. Yes, counsel? The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Yeah, I really like the objection texts. I didn't expect the other guy to have his own text. Garg! Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court. What's his name again? Hold on. Oh wait, I can't check. Because I wanted to see if, Oh wait, is this it? Wait, hold on. Hold on. I never actually opened this. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you will not find Mr. Sholm's name inside. Well, let's see what we find. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness! What is it? Look at this! Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment. Oh yes, of course, the banker! Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. There it is. I found it last second with my crazy bluff.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused's extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worth being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas, not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say?
Arg. Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled, and they would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Order! 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 Mr. Bruce Fairplay? Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Hold on, give me a sec, guys. I gotta get something to bite, to eat.
I couldn't do it. I tried to. Oh, I'm like, I couldn't do it on episode 7. I tried to do that tradition, much like I help and stuff, but then I was like, you couldn't even see the bar, and I had no energy left. I mean, I didn't have the 3 things left.
I mean, I could probably finish it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's over, right?
Yeah, it's over now. You could have done it.
Rip. Alright, I'm back. Just got a bar to eat because I am feeling weak. I'm gonna eat along with this guy. Yo, you're number 5 now, Pikachu. Congratulations. You're very quickly reaching the top. Why does this guy have to bite on his damn cane? Is he gonna actually eat it? Is this breakdown gonna be him actually eating his cane? Okay. Okay, let's do it. Okay. Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Mr. McGilded's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And yet only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying... I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself. As it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir. On the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that I was on both of his hands, not just one. What? There might be a lot of cane marks on his teeth, though. It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yargs! Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news! The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. I'm probably going to be ending the stream around 2-ish, so we got like 40-ish minutes left, I think.
There was blood on both hands of the assailant, and I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attackers' hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no. Not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains. There can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or else we all would have seen. What if they were in the compartment that I already discovered? I'm going to say they're in the compartment. Well, lo and behold. In truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment of the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not what testimony is about. Let's examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the fact of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel? Yes, my lord. There was blood on both hands of the assailant, and I certainly... However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment of the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attackers' hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no. Anyway, the fact remains there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen.
Hold it!
And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus? That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right. It was it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. It's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring, long and hard. That's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence, if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Would they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight and the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously at this stage we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied. At the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh. Very well, I'll uphold the prosecution's demands. Dun, dun, dun. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting the potential extra passenger could have been situated? Which side was the handle on? I don't remember. I think it was this side. Pretty sure it was this side.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of the travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin. Okay, so it was... I think I accidentally picked the right thing, but he was actually... They were trying to make a completely different point here, that he couldn't see directly under him. But I think I may have skipped a step about the enclosure. That's also on the same side. the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight. It's as I've drawn here. Ah, that's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite of the one that the victim and his attacker was sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Garg.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? Honestly, don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I have an inkling? I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. I think I may have made a mistake. You're a fool. The response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Let's not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was... Like, I'm pretty sure... I feel like it's supposed to be Magnus. I just got this hunch. So I'm just gonna go with it.
Take that!
Yeah, okay. The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant! I really just threw the defendant under the bus. I mean, under the omnibus. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks, people talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own, but I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact, at the very premise on which this case is built. But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claim that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly, they both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. There was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary! Hold up! Hold up! Hold up! What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The top of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yeah, his objection's super fancy. Yeah, I like that too. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular style of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be so sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilder, would be undoubtedly been offered to depose that fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. The accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilder would have been unaware of it. Order! There is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilder, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilder is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out to be the man who has been withholding information, you can be sure it would have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilder to testify or not? I'm going to say always yes. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilder to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilder has to say. I really like juror number 2. She's cute. Get the man out here, I say. This guy's still trying to take his knife out. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Dude, juror number 6 is pretty fucking hot, too. Hearing what the patron of of my favorite little park has to say, oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilder, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure I have, my lord. There are now 2 matters in which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin, as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? Begad, no. It's not in my nature to hide anything at all. I don't know how to do this guy's accent. I know he has a really hard accent, but I don't know how to do it. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all, or keep my mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilder? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true? Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. Oh shit, it was a fucking urchin? What? Wait, so the urchin killed him and then... Wait, what? The hell is happening? No, Magnus McGilder, that convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was... Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. Only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. Yeah, urchins are usually, I'm pretty sure urchins are specifically like orphans that live on the streets. Isn't he an accomplice? Yeah, he would be, but I guess that would be less of a fine? I don't know. Or less of a punishment? And who was this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee ting just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised. The urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Is that a gunshot? Ah, smoke! Ah, fire! There's a fire! Ah, look, someone's trying to get away! Cough! After them! There's no use! Cough! Cough! I can't see anything all through the smoke! What is going on? The fuck? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face! Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. Well, shit fucking went 0 to 100 real quick. We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff, and amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. Oh, really? Oh, shit. I didn't expect a suspension in this court. Honestly, I might just actually stop here then, if this is a natural cliffhanger. Yeah, you know what? I think I might. I don't think there's any point in me starting the next part for like 15 minutes or whatever. So guys, this is a natural stopping point, and we're going to stop here and continue this tomorrow. We're going to have a nice long stream tomorrow as well. Maybe longer than this, who knows? It really depends on my energy levels and stuff. But YouTube, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoy this stream, and I hope you guys are still enjoying this story as much as I am. It was very emotional in episode 2, and episode 3 is getting very interesting. I'm really interested to see how things are going in this one. So yeah, I just realized investigations always have Herlock Sholmes as a silhouette, but he's not even in this chapter yet. Because maybe he'll show up soon. Anyways, YouTube, thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Goodbye.